Hello, good evening. Welcome to the live stream. Well, I'm not quite sure I can match the drama and excitement that we've just had from the FA Cup. I was just watching Plymouth beating Liverpool. I know it was a much changed Liverpool side, but congratulations to Plymouth. That was one heck of an upset, and I think they made the stat only the fourth time ever that a team from outside of the top division has beaten the Premier League or the top flight leaders in the history of the FA Cup. Anyway, that's the FA Cup. Back to tonight's train sim action and the live stream. So we'll be starting off with the Class 92 on the Gemma Line again. So we'll be doing a run from Stratford through to Ipswich. Then we'll be switching to the South Wales Modern Line from HST featuring Cardiff to Bristol Temple Meads. Good evening, Meads. Hope you're well on this evening. I'm sure you're going to have half an eye on the stream and half an eye on the FA Cup tie coming up. I'm fine, yeah, hope you are as well. So the third run is going to be on the Fife Circle with the LNER Azuma, Edinburgh to Markinch. And we've got the FAWX timetable and the enhancement pack installed, so we will be able to switch over to diesel mode from Haymarket. And then finally it'll be a run on the Southeastern with the Class 66 CWS freight working. So England, Wales, Scotland's got kind of a double meaning today because we're finishing with an EWS freight working Faversham to Rochester. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, Mace Tays, he certainly is. The artwork, I have to say, he does brilliantly, and it makes such a difference. And I think sometimes you get that thumbnail popping up, and it makes that difference as to whether you click on it. You know, you can have me waffling on all night for all you like, but it's that thumbnail that kind of is very, very important. Yeah, good evening, Christopher. No worries at all. It's not obligatory, of course, to watch. I know you're going to Benidorm. Has that happened yet? Was that last week, or is that coming up in the coming weeks? Anyway, let's get underway with the train sim action, and let's get Stratford to Ipswich loaded up to begin with. Oh, excellent! Yeah, did you have a good time? Was the weather? I'm guessing it wasn't like sort of 30 degrees or anything, but probably just a more comfortable. Certainly better than this, just above freezing temperatures that we've been having in the UK this last week. Hope you had a lovely time. Anyway. And I suppose, crucially, I've got to ask as well, did you bump into Madge while you were there? Yeah, still a bit warmer than it was here, though. Yeah. Can't wait for spring to come around. I'm kind of sick and tired of all this grim weather. And it's partly why, in a way, when I've been doing these scenarios, I've been generally trying to go away from it being looking too gloomy. Fantastic. Oh, I like it. Yeah. Yeah, I've never been, but I would imagine there's absolutely plenty to do there all the time. So this is 92044 from Stratford to Ipswich, and we're going to be doing an intermodal service. We were watching an episode of Benidorm the other night, but it was one of those on repeat channels, and it wasn't in HD, and it was kind of, you kind of forget how rubbish it looks when you're not watching it in HD. But, you know, apart from the fantastic comedy, it was always just great that you kind of got a feel for the place as well. Oh, that's typical, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely typical. Ah, excellent. And could you recognise bits of it? I mean, I guess in reality, there's probably bits where they filmed there, and there's bits where they filmed all over the place, and so on. But yeah, it must have felt quite eerie seeing something that you've seen on the TV so often, I would imagine. Yeah, did you manage to get the work on your roof sorted amaze tays, or is that still a work in progress? Are you waiting for the weather to get better? Yeah, I can imagine that. Probably find there was bits of it all over Benidorm, probably. All right, brilliant. And again, it's one of those things you kind of assume on the program it's literally there on site, but is it a little bit of a distance away? And does it look pretty much the same inside? All right, okay. Well, fingers crossed that all works out okay, and you get that all done. Crikey, this scenario is taking a long time to load up. Here we go. So this is our 92 again. 92044. The pantograph raised already. Is it me? That pantograph's not touching the catenary, is it? Didn't spot that before. Get that up to 20. Let's get those. That's the. Yeah, we've got the tail lights off. Yeah, fingers crossed you get it sorted. Yes, indeed. It was kind of. I mean, I was kind of planning on doing this scenario anyway, but then it kind of occurred to me it's kind of appropriate that we're starting off at Stratford, really, with the screenshots of that. And I have to say, I mean, that was one of my main concerns, was that Stratford was just going to be dead. We'd have a 378 and nothing else. So I was absolutely delighted to find that they've made the extra effort to reskin the 710s into Elizabeth Line livery, and also put in a representation of the 720s, isn't it, on the Greater Anglia services as well. It looked really busy, and combined with the Boris bus and the London taxis as well. So I can't wait for that. Yeah, it's a long time ago. I remember us having the roof done on our house many, many years ago. What's going off now? I'm not getting above the speed limit. No idea. How strange. Oh, excellent. Well, at least it's in hand anyway. I do still love this Gemma route. Don't think I've ever done a freight working on the Great Eastern Main Line since I've owned it. Right, now we can increase the speed a bit. Actually, it didn't read on the briefing. What's our top speed? Oh, right, okay. I wonder if it was something to do with that. It says we shouldn't actually be trying to accelerate more than 75%. Ah, right, maximum speed 75 mile an hour. Right, okay. Yeah, we'll keep it at that then. I have indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, hopefully remember, he's absolutely bang on time last week. Great minds think alike and all that there. I think now with this this lovely new 92, just kind of gives you a great view of the line as well. It's a fantastic cab, and you know, the track texturing, the brand new catenary. I think it's a superb route. All I need to do now is try and notice the neutral sections. Judging by the noise of the motors, I think that was probably it, wasn't it then? Yeah, did either of you watch? Have you been watching the FA Cup tie this afternoon? And some of the action over the weekend as well. I loved that moment when the Leyton Orient goal yesterday against Manchester City. That was a goal and a half. Goal of a lifetime, I think Martin Keown christened it. And they certainly run Manchester City hard. Coming through Ilford. Oh, okay, right. Hello, Eddie, Scooby. Yeah, hope so. Hope so too. I think we've said load of times really. Oh, I'm speedy here. We should be 70 over this section. I think we've said quite a few times, but I think we'd absolutely love this route to be on Train Sim World 5. And to be fair, I think they'd actually do well to get it to this quality. All right, excellent. Well, that's good news at least. Maybe things heading in the right direction. Still remember that cup tie between Shrewsbury and Liverpool. I think that was the 4th round. I think it was in the COVID year, and it wasn't long before COVID struck us, if I remember rightly. And that fabulous 2-2 draw when they were 2-0 down. They did indeed, and we had a really good go. It was Cardiff in the FA Cup for Stoke, and we're out, so that's the first thing to say, but we were 2-0 down. I thought, well, that's it then there. But then we turned it round with 3-2 up. And then Cardiff equalised. No goals in extra time, and then we lost on penalties. Yeah, and I think, and again, I think we've said this quite a few times, but you know, whether we're driving it with a modern day with the flirts, if it was class 90s, if it was 86s, whatever period they chose, really, it would be fantastic. I haven't looked up the exact time how long this is going to take. I don't know whether it gives us any idea. I'm guessing about an hour's drive, I think. All right, amazing. Yeah, fantastic. Oh, that'll be great. And I had to check last night actually for the Fife Circle. I thought, have I got that FAWX timetable installed and the enhancement pack for it, and I have, so I had to kind of remind myself as well, make sure I did a little run from Edinburgh Waverley to Haymarket, and thought, yep, you can, it does work, you can change over to diesel power. Yeah, it's funny how things change, isn't it? Remember a few years back, Chelsea dominating everything in the men's game. I know the Chelsea women had somebody new taking over them after Emma Hayes left for America. Be nice if somebody different could win the FA Cup this year, not one of the kind of the regulars. And I mean, there's a chance of that now in the League Cup final if Newcastle could beat Liverpool next month. We've got a 50 speed restriction here. I do think it's great actually how the women's game has come on in the last few years, and you don't kind of get the same disparaging comments, or not quite as much as you used to do amongst the us blokes. Yeah, hope so. I would absolutely love that actually. I think as a neutral, you just couldn't begrudge them. I mean, they're such wonderful supporters. And how many times with Kevin Keegan at the helm did they come so close to breaking that duck, and you kind of thought they were going to win either an FA Cup or the Premier League, but it never quite happened for them. I suppose Liverpool will be favourites, but I like Eddie Howe as manager as well. Yeah, I think the last one, the FAWX Cup, which was the predecessor to the UEFA Cup in '69. I think the last one, the FA Cup, in '55 or something ridiculous. Watched England play at St James's Park. And I once went to an FA Cup third round tie at Newcastle with a friend. We were with the Port Vale travelling supporters, but I think they lost 4-0. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'll love it if they beat them. Absolutely love it. It became legendary, and he was so skillful at it as well. You know, it wasn't gamesmanship. He was just using his tactical nous, really, just to wind him up. He knew that he could wind him up, and he knew that Keegan is an emotional character. Yes. I just love it. That was the era where there were some absolutely amazing Liverpool-Newcastle games as well. I think I've got a feeling it might have been 2 years running where it finished 4-3 or something stupid. This is, I think it's basically set pretty much now. It's certainly got the modern catenary. I think the chap who did the upgrade for it, a bloke called Matt Goodison, posted on Alan Thompson's Facebook thing the other day. He was saying that they should be showing off some screenshots of the next phase. There will be a phase 2 eventually, but the thing is that probably means, you know, it could be 12 months, it could be 2 years away. But I think it's fairly modern day. You'd have to check the Alan Thompson site for the full details. I mean, we haven't got Elizabeth Line trains on it because there's no Adventure at the moment, but of course there is. This particular scenario set a few years back because there's no flirts on this particular service. So this is, I think this scenario's about 2018, something like that. Yeah, exactly. That's right. So this scenario itself was, I think, probably about 2018. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you might be about right. I don't know. Does it say in the briefing, actually? It probably says somewhere, if not in the briefing. This is a Felixstowe run, so the idea at Ipswich we'd be swapping over to diesel power. And I mean, they have promised us. I mean, we've got the flirts for the game, which is brilliant. Probably one of the best trains to run on Train Sim Classic. The adventurers, they were saying they were going to produce a. Yeah, it's quite a steep uphill climb here, isn't it? Actually, I'm remembering they said don't put full power. They were planning on doing an AI version of the Elizabeth Line trains and the 720s, but I think that's on hold for Train Sim Classic at the moment. I get the impression it should come out eventually. Ah, marvellous. Yeah, marvellous. Yeah, I mean, that's... I mean, I did that run up the Hertford Loop, didn't I, over Christmas on Train Sim Classic. But that's essentially going to be a Welwyn Garden City service to Moorgate, isn't it? Well, it's certainly just third rail, doesn't it? I don't think it's got diesel on board, though. I think they would be swapping over to the 66 in Ipswich. I mean, it's kind of, in any case, we're only going as far as Ipswich today, although, of course, Felixstowe is represented in the game. Hello there. Hello, bus 3+. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Brill. And again, with the train game, we can, I mean, that's one I haven't done in absolute ages, but you can also, as well as doing the Hertford Loop, I thought kind of for that scenario over Christmas, it was a little bit more exciting doing the Hertford Loop for a change, but you can certainly as well do Welwyn Garden City down to Moorgate. So kind of, it's little things like that make me think, yeah, perhaps it's time I did that service. Right then, so that was single yellow. I've yet to actually drive it in third rail mode, the 92. There is a scenario that comes with the pack from Armstrong Powerhouse that takes it over the Chatham main line, I think. Try and amble up towards the signal. Yep, denied. So I'm guessing that's probably waiting for a 315 to come out. Love this engine to drive though. Yeah, we've definitely been held up for something anyway. Can we see what? That's a slight worry, isn't it? Because there is nothing in the platforms. Aha, we've got oh, that's stationary though, isn't it? That is a 315. Perhaps we're waiting for that. Loader runs actually down the East Coast main line that I've not touched at all on the streams yet. I mean, we did that full run up to Leeds a little while back, but we've not even tried the Cambridge line yet. That's quite a fun add-on from Alan Thompson Simulation. Going to try and amble a little bit closer to the signal in case it suddenly clears. Yeah, well spotted. Yeah, I did notice that. So I presume we're waiting for it. And I mean, the thing to remember, of course, is right. It's coming to the platform now, isn't it? Yeah, of course. The as a freight train, we're never actually going to have first priority. Yeah, that's what we're waiting for clearance on. So that'll be a stopper to Liverpool Street, of course, now very much at the hands of the 345s, and of course they don't go right into Liverpool Street anymore. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, we'll definitely have to give that a go. And again, with the track upgrades and with the extending, I mean, the original route's pretty decent actually from Dovetail Games. Still love these old units, I have to say. I mean, there was a period when the Elizabeth Line trains first came in. They did run them into Liverpool Street, and there was a bit of a mixture. You'd have both running, both the 345s and the 315s. Yeah, and of course, we're not talking Pep Guardiola. They are a disappearing. There we go. We've got clearance into the platform, at least. They are a dying breed, aren't they? Now that they've gone from the Merseyrail network. I mean, just about the only EMUs from that era, the 455s, which still just about hold sway out of Waterloo. Hope the sound of the motors coming through reasonably well too, because I only recently realised, actually, this is having streamed, been streaming for months, but in Train Sim Classic, you kind of need to put the sound on virtually to maximum for it to really come through decently. Hoping we get some more favourable signals now. Is that a green? Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? we are. So we're back up and running again. But it's kind of the good thing I like doing about freight runs. I mean, I don't do freight services very often, and I haven't done too many on the stream, but it's nice to get a good run out with them where you are occasionally stopping and letting trains through, which should be kind of lifelike. I've yet to actually do a full run to King's Lynn as well. I mean, I've done, not on the stream, but I've done the runs to Cambridge a few times, but it's still a sizable run in itself from Cambridge through to King's Lynn. Of course, that's a thing of the past as well, the 321s. Right, so remembering what it said, don't go above 75% on the acceleration. Oh, hell. Crikey, they really are having a torrid time, aren't they? I mean, I guessed with how impressive Villa have been recently that they would be favourites, but what a woeful start. Yeah, and they... You can drive there, of course, on Train Sim Classic, because the 321 pack was a kind of a 320, 321 pack, so you drive at those. I mean, some of the stuff around, okay, I mean, today we're doing Fife Circle in Scotland, but there's lots of these routes in and around Scotland. Some of it I haven't done. I haven't done a service to Dunblane or Alloa yet. Or as one YouTuber calls it, Alloa. This can't be another neutral section, can it? Did I misread that sign there? Yeah, I must admit, I did have kind of hopes with the that League Cup semi-final second leg. I thought, well, perhaps they could turn it round, and you know, they were a goal up, but comprehensively beaten. Does seem like a really nice bloke, and you know that he'll do well with somebody. I know he did well in Scotland, but I mean, all due respect. Oh, I've done it again, haven't I? That's what the issue is. This is what I had that problem with earlier on. It did tell me don't use 100% power. But yeah, I was just kind of saying, I mean, in Scotland, if you're managing Celtic or Rangers, I think, you know, you could arguably say even the club cleaner could probably put out a side and get them to win, which, I don't know, that sounds hugely disrespectful, and I apologise for anybody watching who supports any other teams in Scotland, but you know what I mean. They obviously hugely dominant, but I'm sure he'll do in it with an English club successful somewhere, but it doesn't look like it's going to be Spurs. I mean, he made a great pundit, Ange, on the Euros coverage last summer on ITV. Well, good evening, SCS Southeastern. Hope you're well. Tell you what, you've been prolific with your YouTube videos. You were going when I switched on this morning, and but I was just kind of so busy kind of preparing the stuff for this stream. Oh, wait a minute, let's get us up to 75, by the way. We don't want to stay at 70. I must admit, I'm in awe actually of how many videos you manage to get out every week. I mean, I'm sort of struggling with, okay, the live stream takes up Sunday evening, but I'm kind of lucky to get one out during the week. But you seem to manage, I don't know, 4 or 5 most weeks. Brilliant job, I have to say. Can't remember who created this scenario, by the way, but it's a great scenario, and it was done by somebody on the Train Sim community website. Fantastic outlet. Oh wow, brilliant. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, and you know, apologies that I haven't got the chance to watch you. I've tried to look over some of the bits and pieces that you've done. That's an incredible performance. Wow, I bet you were tired after that. It's funny how I know I found once I'm kind of getting towards the 4 or 5 hour mark, the brain starts to go a little bit hazy in terms of concentrating on stuff. Well, that's my excuse anyway, but it's always a good excuse to get in there in advance of poor driving. Try getting the power off first, that would help, wouldn't it? And I've watched some bits and pieces of some of your bus streams as well, and I must confess there's quite a lot of technicalities going on there, and you know, so I'm kind of worried about if somebody gets on they want to pay cash, you know, you've kind of got to work out what ticket to give them and give them the right change and all sorts, as well as making sure you navigate your correct way around the map. I've said before, if we could have a bus simulator that was kind of with the Train Sim World 5 graphics, and it was in the UK, I think I'd be interested. We hurtle through Chelmsford. Yeah, I suppose that's the difficulty, isn't it? They kind of technically speak. I've heard those strange voices that you hear sometimes on some of these YouTube videos. I'm thinking of Joe Dobson's videos more than anything, I think. But yeah, it isn't like you can interact with them properly. Right, hang on, mate. What am I doing here? I mean, I love some of the graphics and the stuff in and around London that I've seen, and it looks, you know, so pretty amazing. But it's just a shame, like that. I think that OMSI game, it's kind of a slight step down from kind of Train Sim Classic in terms of graphics. It's a bit more akin to, if you've seen it, the old Microsoft Train Simulator graphics. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the only bus one that I've seen that really blew me away was that one, that Berlin thing, and they seem to have parts of that look. I think that's probably done with graphically something similar to Train Sim World 5 with the Unreal Engine, but at times it looks like you are literally in Berlin. It looks that close. Now, what's this annunciator thing say? DLF monitor recognised, level exceeded. Ah, right. Fault. That's the F button, isn't it? Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I think that therein lies the problem with all these things, and you know, kind of goes back a little bit to the debate we've been having with Train Sim World 5 and that West Coast Main Line South run, and certainly I think they can optimise it better, but Euston's, well, it's a tremendous problem on my computer anyway in terms of frame rates. Oh, I've done it again. No, 75% we won't do it. I mean, it's one of those things that it's only a matter of time, really, because as computers get better and better, then in time it's going to be more or less real, isn't it? Always forget what road it is that runs into Chelmsford here. We've got the dual carriageway represented. I thought I hadn't caught it in time there. I think we're all right. Yeah, I know what you mean. The bit that I'm really looking forward to is, I think the problem with route building for Train Simulator at the moment is just how long it takes, and if you get to a point where it can kind of automatically stick in the buildings in and around the area and start to do some of it automatically, then it should make things a lot quicker over time. And then, you know, hopefully you get to the point where it's just like fine-tuning really the route building, just the last touches. I think it's great that we do different eras though as well in Train Sim, whereas, you know, here it's modern but it's not exactly now. Oh, I know. I've certainly spent plenty of time looking for assets and laying bits of scenery in places, and it's frustrating really because you've kind of got to remember that sometimes you just know there is a virtually perfect representation of a certain building, or it's very similar, but can you find it? Can you heck? Yeah, I have to say, I mean, most of my bits and pieces that I've tried with Train Sim Classic, it's generally been replacing scenery. I've not massively got into the realms of laying track. I think I could just about get away with that if it was level track, but the idea of doing it all on proper gradients and stuff would be mind-blowing. I mean, I found a route years ago called North Midland, and I was super excited because, I mean, it's an absolutely gigantic route, but it's got Manchester Piccadilly through to Stratford via Macclesfield Stockport. You've got Stockport to Crewe, you've got the line going off to Manchester Airport. It even carries on through to Derby from Stoke to Nottingham. Oh, it's absolutely humongous, but the problem is there's virtually no scenery on it. So about, what would it be now? It's probably about 9 years ago now I started laying scenery between Manchester Piccadilly and Stratford, and I've kind of got bits and pieces here, there and everywhere, and it's mainly done, but it needs a massive amount of tidying up. There's one or two places where you think it's the train's going to jump off the track because it needs smoothing out, so it's probably one of those little projects that will never get done. I was thinking as well with the East London line, the backdated one, I'd love to add that little section in to put in Shoreditch High Street and do away with just the old Shoreditch lower level station as it used to be, because you've more or less got the other end of the line sorted, and you've got both sections. Then you can go Highbury and Islington to I always forget, is it Haggerston, I think it is, and then at the other end you've got the Crystal Palace line already done. Yeah, good point. It's just one of the Danny merges. I think it's called something like North to South West Thameslink, something like that. But there's all those Danny merges that were done. I can't remember if I actually joined. I probably joined two videos together though, really. But I think it's quite good fun now because we've got the upgraded route, Midland Main Line, from Armstrong Powerhouse. It's kind of decent to do the first section down from Bedford towards London with that route, and then switch over to the merged route. But yeah, it's all on the Steam Workshop. And I mean, Danny works for Dovetail Games and a bit of a legend, I think, in terms of Train Simulator. I mean, I think he's actually a Kent lad, so he was the person who was responsible for the Chatham Main Line with Victoria to Dover and Ramsgate for Train Sim Classic. The Met Line's worth getting in its own right, though, because it's fabulous. I mean, it scares the life out of you until you get used to all these approach control signalling. And it's still a bit of a nightmare if you happen to set the alarm off. But it's well worth the trouble. I mean, you kind of have to do Finchley Road to Baker Street at least 20 times before you can kind of get your head around it. Of course, now it's all ATO operated in real life, but it is true to the time when it was represented from a few years back, where they literally did have to go down to those speeds. Yeah, I saw a bit of your Thameslink run that you did. I don't know if it was yesterday or the other day, but yeah, it does look good, and it's a great. I love driving the 700 actually on Train Sim Classic and on Train Sim World as well. Yeah, marvellous. Yeah. I mean, I think when I did the video on it, I said it at the time, but I love the Midland Main Line bit of it with the Armstrong Powerhouse bit where they've done the M1 and you've kind of got the services and the road signs all represented. Ah, marvellous, yeah. He's done quite a few actually, there's Danny, not all of them with scenery throughout, and there's bits and pieces that are in, but I think as long as you own you just need to have the Chatham line, which kind of helps, I think. It's all explained anyway, but yeah, fantastic. Cracking scenario this, by the way. I think with the blue skies and the added scenery, really is a lovely drive. I'm just thinking about it, I altered the timing slightly because I think it was supposed to start out round about now from Stratford, and just didn't want to get into the realms of it going dark when we got to the other end. I think I did a couple of streams. Well, I did a stream last week where it was dark, and it doesn't look the best on Train Sim Classic. Too far off from Colchester, so We're going to the later stages now of this scenario. It's one of my perennial moans, but it's just getting older. Well, surely it's either Q or E, isn't it? Why is the alarm keep going off? What am I doing wrong? Perhaps it's because we've got above 75, is it? Seems to be one point where the cruise controller doesn't seem to work. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, it's kind of when you fitting these things in when you find the time. I have to say, when I first started uploading videos to YouTube, I was generally editing them through Adobe Premiere first, and it took hours to get them uploaded. And I've realised since then, if you do it in one go, there's nothing wrong with OBS Studio. You can still put an intro in if you want to, but it uploads in minutes practically, even if it's a fairly long video. Right, I can't remember what Trent Valley has used. Maybe the catenary, perhaps. I think that's another frustration about Train Sim Classic though, and I've had the same predicament myself. And okay, I've been buying stuff since it first came out in 2007, but there's always something I don't own, and sometimes I find myself buying things that I'm never going to particularly use. Ah, right, yeah, so it might be alright then. And I think somebody made the comment once that oh, here's a neutral section. One of the great things about Train Sim Classic is you think probably of any other game, if it was missing something that it needed, the game would probably just dump and not load up at all, but it does its absolute best to, okay, if you're obviously missing the track assets or something significant, then it's not going to work, but it tries its best to do its job for you. I mean, there's a possibility you could buy Trent Valley and play it without Trent Valley, and you probably barely notice the difference. Right, so that was Colchester, wasn't it? So we are on the last stages, last 16 miles. So it's not giving us a... Well, is it about another 15-minute run probably? Yeah, well, all seen some good shots, haven't we, of some of the stuff that's been done. I mean, clearly, no, it's definitely telling me off because of the speed. Yeah, the funny thing is, I mean, I've got it to 75, but it's struggling a bit with the gradients on this Gemma Line for some reason. But yeah, we had, I mean, Incredible Trains was the first person to start posting stuff, and he seems to have grasped it more than anything. And I think Dovetail Games, or I don't know who approached who, but they quickly realised he was talented at it, and now he's bringing out a route. But there's been one or two decent screenshots, hasn't there, of stuff. I mean, I kind of get the impression that Train Sim building in Train Sim Classic is one thing, and Train Sim building in Train Sim World is another, and you know, you've probably got to add 5 times the amount of time it takes. You know, that's just purely hypothetical, but you know what I mean. Yeah, absolutely right. And I wonder if it was his idea or DTG's that he should kind of curtail it at Willesden Junction. I mean, it'd be lovely to find when the route comes out, he's already laid the track to Stratford and Richmond with possibilities of an extension in the future. No, absolutely. Yeah, there was a shot at one point of London Blackfriars, and he got the route in there. You could see some poles in the background, so hopefully there's going to be more from him in the future. But it'll be a good start, and loving those screenshots that came out in the week and looked really immersive. I hope the sounds are half decent for the 378. I mean, I've got this, I don't know, I could be completely wrong, but it'd be nice if they use the Armstrong Powerhouse ones, or are they going to use their own that they used off the 377? Yeah, absolutely. That's very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, it's kind of A to B, but A to B with a bit of variation. So, you know, your bread and butter is going to be Willesden Junction to Stratford with the 378, but you'll be able to take stuff from the lower level, I suppose, you know, like the 710 on a Goblin line, empty carriage stock working, that sort of thing, as well as the freights as well. And any idea why have I slowed down here? What's going on? Remember, 73% acceleration. But I'm looking forward to being able to do those runs from Milton Keynes through to Stratford using the couple of routes, the freight runs, and then again we could pick it up where we've just done today and then take it on one of these intermodals to Felixstowe. There we go, his old Manning tree. Yeah, definitely so, yeah. Yeah, I was hoping we were going to get a bit more news with the news in the week with the monthly update, but the roadmap, that's the word I'm trying to think. I was hoping we were going to get a bit more news about the Manchester commuter route, but it seems as though that's been delayed, and I think on the forums there's somebody who was from Alan Thompson who was working on it, so there seems to be all sorts of shenanigans going on there. I'm not going to comment on that, but hopefully it'll be out at some point. Wouldn't it just? Yeah. Yes. I mean, it was basically finished, wasn't it, in October? But now it seems as though it's radio silence. And as I say, there was a bloke called Kez, I think his name is, who was on the forums, and he's left the project. He says there's only a couple of people working on the project now. But all doesn't quite sound as well as it should be. Yeah, you were saying that the other week, weren't you, when I was driving the 323 on the Cross City? I mean, I quite like this. Oh, I've done it again. Come on. For some reason, the cruise control isn't quite playing ball. I wonder if I wonder if there's certain things I've done with the power that actually it simulated the cruise control not working properly. Yeah, I've got a soft spot for the 323, and I enjoy it on both the Cross City and the Glossop Hadfield line. The thing is, it would mean, or it should mean, you'll be able to eventually do Pendolinos as well to Wilmslow via Stockport and via the main line. And you know, there's that Manchester Airport thing as well. Yeah, I think in a way though that's one of the things I kind of like with train sim, the fact that every train's different, and you know, you drive one of the older diesels and it's a whole different ball game, because you put the brakes on and they come off absolutely ages after you've released the brakes. So again, it's just knowing and understanding these things a little bit. I mean, I kind of got a soft spot because I remember them being brand new and taking over the first generation EMUs. I remember at Stoke, it used to be the preserve of the 304s on the Stoke Manchester Piccadilly all station services. calling it Trury, Lomport, Kidsgrove, Congleton, Macclesfield, Prestbury, Adlington, Poynton, Bramall, Cheadlehume, Stockport. Didn't usually stop at Heathchapel and Levenshulme, Manchester, Piccadilly. But you know, I used to love the old 304s, but it was quite exciting having new trains as well with the 323s. And actually, as it goes, because I've been on one of those 334s, the current ones that have kind of replaced them. Although, you know, there's still plenty of 323s around, but the newer units seem to, every time they go over the track joints, seem to be absolutely jolting. It's nothing like as smooth and as comfy as the old 323 ride. Yeah, I'm the same, very much with that. And to be honest with you, though, I mean, I never massively enjoyed driving the 377 on Train Sim Classic. It was improved with the AP Power, the Armstrong Powerhouse Enhancement pack, but it was never one of my favourite trains to drive. But I enjoy it a lot more on Train Sim World. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, a view like this is just incredible. I mean, we're going to have that with the 378, aren't we, on the Malmö line? But it must be so restrictive for the drivers as well. Must take a lot of getting used to. I think I did, yeah. Yeah, that just looked kind of bizarre but right as well at the same time, I think. I mean, I would love to see I hope you kind of see a glimpse of red ahead of you and you're worried, but no, it's alright, it's top of a building, isn't it? I'd love to see the 455 on Train Sim Classic. Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? And I mean, I know in some cases it's kind of necessary. I guess it's more useful on the southern region because of joining trains up together, and also you've got that thing with, like, okay, I know the 377s don't use Moorgate, but you've got the 717s and the 37 yeah, the 717s I was thinking of in particular, where they go through the tunnels out of Moorgate, and that's so that you couldn't really climb down from the side of the tunnel sometimes if you had an emergency situation. No idea why I've slowed down this much, by the way. Not too far off from the end of this ride. But I think it's compulsory if they're gonna drive through those tunnels there. There has to be a escape route through the front. yeah, whatever the problems of the Manchester commuter route, I have to say, Matt Goodison and the ATS guys that helped to produce this upgrade to the Gemma Line is absolutely marvellous. We haven't got a proper Portman Road in the game, but that's kind of it. That's where it is, by the way. I don't know if this is where we're supposed to end the scenario, by the way. I would have thought it would take you through to the depot, really. Maybe not. But either way, fabulous run. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Oh, excellent, yeah. How was it tonight? Christopher, was a nice meal? Yes, I've just you just kind of reminded me with you seeing you pop up again. Yeah, still Villa 1-0 at half time, I see. Yeah. Right, so what have we got next? We're off to Wales. Don't think we've done Wales before in the game. So we're doing Cardiff to Bristol Temple Meads and Great Western Railway. One of the Castle sets, one of the short HST sets. I noticed weirdly the last tie of the FA Cup weekend, if you can call it that, is on Tuesday, oddly. I think Exeter against Nottingham Forest. I don't know why there's a wait till Tuesday. Possibly is the answer to that. I was thinking, how? Yeah, Heart of Wales. I must have a check, because there was a bloke called Matthew Powell, I think his name was, and I know he did Cambrian Coast, and I think he might have done it, but I've got this feeling he's taken down his page, so it might not be available any longer. The frustration sometimes of Train Sim Classic. I mean, it was a little bit like with when we were just done to Ipswich there on the Gemma Line, and we had Ipswich to Norwich as an extension on the Steam Workshop at one time, but that's long since gone. Yeah, it certainly is. And I've only fairly recently bought that from Just Trains. I was a bit late to the party on that, but that's improved it. And this is this is a kind of an improvement. Again, it's one of the Alan Thompson improvements. I forget the name of who brought this out, but they put in all the catenary around Cardiff, and you need the Just Trains South Western Expressways route for it to all work together. Oh, I certainly did. Certainly did, Christopher. Yeah, nice glass of Shiraz. And yeah, I know, I know it's wrong having red wine and chicken, but it's how I usually do it. So it must have gone down reasonably well anyway, because I didn't do too badly with that first run. Oh, I don't know. It's kind of one of the cheapest ones in the co-op, really. And I always have to try and remind myself to say, you know, I have the tendency, as you know, being from Stoke, to say Shiraz, and it's like I've said that to people before, and they said, "Oh yes, yes, yes. You mean you've drunk Shiraz?" And it's like, right, okay, yes. Oh, it's frustrating when stuff like that happens, isn't it? And sometimes it's just the fact that the route's been set incorrectly by the game itself, and it's certainly, if you save and restart a scenario, you're often in trouble. But I've known it happen, and again, it's so annoying when you've driven absolutely ages, because there's a nice feeling of happiness when you get to the end of your run. It's so annoying when you've done a long run and it kind of derails right at the end, a bit like with our little performance coming into Birmingham New Street, our flying arrival the other week. Ah, okay. So perhaps it literally was derailing because of the speed, but yeah, it does, stuff like that happens as well sometimes. There's no indication that the speed limit drops down, and then it suddenly just does at the last second. So that can cause you no end of trouble. Love how it does this. It's one of those quirks some clever scenario makers have actually done, where it zooms in. So we're doing 2 Charlie 67, which is the 0800 Cardiff Central to Penzance. You've joined the castle set just south of Cardiff, ready to head back into the station to form a commuter service to Penzance. Please get the train set up for departure. Remember to turn on the ETS in the rear power car. Well, I would have forgotten, to be honest, so maybe we should do that. Where are we? Trade supply. That's it, isn't it? On. I think that does it for that. Haha, yes. Incidentally, you see we're in Cardiff. There's the Millennium Stadium with the roof closed as it goes. So let's get the train set up. I've got a single yellow, so we should be okay to get moving for the moment. I think there will be a wait though. I'm not kind of rushing for that reason. One of the castle sets, so oh, didn't mean to do that flying view there. Powderham Castle. Don't know where that is. I've got one of the tail lights switched off. Some panels over here, haven't we? Right, has that done it? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, yeah. I'm guessing beer is not too expensive in Benidorm. Where are we stopping at, incidentally? So we're only getting as far as Bristol Temple Meads, so we're stopping Newport, Severn Tunnel Junction, so we're going under the Severn Tunnel, of course, Patchway, Filton Abbey, Wood, and Bristol Temple Meads. And if you can make out the times and the thing above, naturally I can't without unplugging me headset, but it's probably about an hour's run, I think. But our first foray into Wales, I think, since I've been doing these streams. Of course, we do have the North Wales coastline in the game as well, with Crewe through to Holyhead. Yeah, I think this is the thing, and I know it's pretty cheap in Thailand, but again, I've not been for a couple of years now, but always shocks me, the exchange rate's always worsen massively every time we go to Thailand. We used to get 70 odd baht for the pound, and now you won't get 50. It's less than that, I think. 40 odd now, I think. It's still relatively cheap, everything really in Thailand. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Yeah, I would say. I can't actually remember now, but it's you can certainly get cheap beer in Pattaya, depending on where you go, of course. I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. It's not too expensive. And it depends to a certain extent as well. There's places you can get cheaper beer than others as well. So if there's other entertainment on there, it can be, you can almost sometimes be getting on for Western prices. What time are we due out of here? Oh crikey, another 7 minutes yet. I wish I'd loaded up the game in async keys now, and then we could have speeded up the next few minutes. So I'm hoping we'll get a few trains coming through. But yeah, whilst we're talking about Cardiff, by the way, that was the other kind of big look at the road map in the week about the this Cardiff Welsh Valleys route that's coming out for Trainson World 5, and did look pretty good with the 150 and the 153. And we've got the Transport for Wales liveries. Great Western Railway livery one there. Yep, definitely. Well, I can thoroughly recommend it. I remember, I mean, I first went there in, what would it be now? 2008, I think, was my first. I had a friend who'd been going to Thailand for 2 or 3 years before that, and he'd been saying, you must go, you must go, you must go, and finally agreed to go. And there's no place quite like it. I bet Benidorm runs it pretty close, but there's nothing quite like Pattaya. And as I said, I've got a friend who is going, well, I think he's just coming back yesterday actually, that met up with just before Christmas, but kind of said to him at the time, well, have a lovely time, but it's impossible not to have a great time in Thailand. Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah. And of course, you know, it kind of depends what you want to experience when you're there. But you know, you could spend the entire fortnight walking around the temples and so on. Yeah, I think that exactly sums it up. It exactly sums it up. And you've also got that bonus of not being so expensive. So sadly, I mean, I'd love to be going back this year, but I was talking to my friend earlier on. I don't think the coffers will allow it this year, but I hope certainly to be going again in the next couple of years. My friend was saying, "You're not giving up on Thailand, surely, are you?" And I said, "Oh no, certainly not." And you've got the excellent buses as well that run round, and there's literally one. You kind of go out to the side of the street, and there's one coming past you every couple of minutes. You won't wait any longer than that, even if it's you know, sort of the early hours of the morning, and it'll get you back to your hotel for you know, sort of price of less than £1. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's the thing, isn't it, nowadays? I mean, I've been away with my friend to we've had weekends away in Germany and Prague over you know, over the last 10 years or so, and I think realistically we always say, oh well, you know, we hope not to spend that much, but it's going to be in the realms of that. You can't avoid it really. What have we got on the back, by the way? LNER Castle. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Prices are everywhere expensive these days, but you do look back at these things, and whether you've got photos or what photos you got, it doesn't really matter, because they stay in your mind. Some of the experiences, you know, they're experiences of a lifetime, really. I like the realism of this scenario, but you kind of wish he'd not bothered with that little layover there. But still, we're off now. I think we've got a cross-country service coming in. That'll probably be from Nottingham, I reckon. Oh, Birmingham. But quite a few of them do actually go all the way to Nottingham. So we are going via the Severn Tunnel. Of course, only a short HST set. Yeah, you do get that a little bit. Right, well, I'm speeding here, but the fact is we've got 40 now, so yeah, a little bit, but it's not too bad. I mean, this is an upgraded route as well, and compared with the original, this is pretty decent. I mean, nowadays, the only way you can go on a HST is one of these short sets, and I don't know how much longer these castle sets are going to be operating. Maybe this might be the last year, and the ScotRail HST ones, I don't know how much more life they've got on them. We'll see the castle sets when we do the next run, the one in Scotland on the Fife Circle, although we're going to be driving the Azuma. You get all sorts, really. You get all sorts. It's. I mean, this is a route that was actually done by Dovetail Games originally, and I can't remember massively rising it. You kind of buy routes because you need it for another route, and you don't always get to do these things. But it's good that we've got the electrification in now. Still looking pretty decent. There's a GWR 66. Yeah, certainly is. Yeah, this is this will be the last run of the night. I'm trying to do, you know, I suppose we're going to vary a little bit on some of these streams, but the idea is a couple on Train Sim Classic and a couple on Train Sim World. By the way, I'm this far into the stream and I forgot to say it, haven't I? But thank you again for all the lovely people who've subscribed. We've got another few in the last week as well, so thank you to those people for subscribing, much appreciated. And if you're enjoying tonight's video, then please don't forget to like and subscribe. And then I'm hoping when we get to the 500 subscriber mark, and it's not too far away now, it's going to be a special. We're going to do a London Euston to Glasgow Central run in a Pendolino, a full run combining Train Sim World and Train Sim Classic, but we're going to do the whole journey in one night. I mean, the good thing about these Train Sim Classic routes is we've got a vegetation pack which improves the look a little bit. The track's improved and the scenery generally. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. Look forward to that. Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the plan. I think there's kind of danger where sometimes, if I've done it the other way around, the stream can start drifting off a little bit, particularly if the last couple of runs are slightly on the boring side, and you know, kind of feel as though the momentum's lost a little bit. There you go. I'm blaming the stream there. I missed that one, haven't I? I'm also have to keep a mindful eye out for these stations as well, because this is a route I'm not very familiar with as well. So there's a possibility I might fly through one of these stations we're supposed to stop at. Right, there we are. So coming towards the hour mark. I think we've got the fifth round draw as well after today's game, haven't we? So we'll find out who's playing who. Sadly, Stoke won't be in there. Yeah, no, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? If we got all three of us going at the same time. Well, you never know anyway. The football, I mean, 1-0's a funny old score and plenty of time yet. Yes. I think you're pretty convinced on that, aren't you? Where are we from Newport? We're just under 3 miles, aren't we? And of course, on this route you can actually do Swansea to Cardiff as well, so it's perfectly possible to do a full Swansea to Paddington run. And I know the catenary will be in place to about Bristol Parkway, and then there's no catenary up at Bristol Temple Meads at the moment. I assume it's like that in real life anyway. There's another castle set. Yeah, well, I know what you mean. I mean, when I thought, I mean, really, this PC now's massively out of date. I mean, it's 5 years old now. Well, it will be. It will be in the spring. Had it just before COVID broke out. Sort of thought might not be able to go in a shop and have a look at one for too much longer. I mean, I think Mace Taser's got the right idea with buying the upgrades and doing it gradually. Put more memory in it though. Yes, I have. Yeah. Yes, we're doing. We're going to do a full run. So it's going to be London Euston to Glasgow Central. So it'll be a combination of Train Sim World, Train Sim Classic, but we're going to do the same service, the whole journey in one night. Ah, marvellous, marvellous N8 Scooby. Yeah, so the idea is I've got a little plan for the start of the video as well, but I need to try and get out and record it. It's not too far away, it's not that exciting, but I just had a decent idea for the intro. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it myself, so we just got to get those 500s. I mean, it could be next weekend, possibly. The rate things are going, probably more likely to be the weekend after, I suppose. I'm hoping anyway. I'm waiting for the week where I say the wrong thing and then suddenly find my subscriber base has gone down by half or something, but I'm sure that won't happen. This is Newport. Yeah, I still can't quite believe that the HSTs are kind of a thing of the past and that they are now only in use on these kind of commuter runs, really. Yeah, we've still got... Well, we're about on time, aren't we? When are we supposed to leave? It's just a couple of minutes wait, that's all. Well, hopefully not, no. No. Again, I mean, it's fairly generic stuff in the background, and there's a lot of housing blocks used, but yeah, it's good to see that feeling that there's a bit of depth there as well, along with the you've kind of got the road bridge and the along with the crane as well, the shadow from the crane, and the train line going over the Severn as well. Yeah, that's something I should actually do from time to time. I must try and think of doing that actually. I mean, I think at least by doing a poll, then at least you could get routes that are actually in the game. I mean, there was a lady, I remember when I did the overground run, who put some comments for a few weeks, and she was kind of asking me to do the Croydon tram link on the game, and it was kind of like, well, I would do if we've got it on the game. Haha, yes, indeed. Yeah. I really felt like it had come full circle a couple of years ago when I went on the Severn Valley Railway and rode on a cross-country HST. It was like, wow, HST on a heritage railway. Now, if we got the speed, we can go up a bit faster, yeah. They have. He's one of those people. Funny, I was talking to a friend at work, and you know, he's into trades, but not kind of massively. And you know, he was interested in trains growing up, but he's always on about his videos, and he's one of those that, you know, he's gone beyond. He's like one of those characters that you get with sports people, with like when you get Tiger Woods or Ian Botham, or you know, he kind of goes beyond the hobby or the sport. You know, it's like people are still interested even when they're not massively interested in the subject, and he's found a niche. But you know, he's a genuine character. I think he genuinely, obviously, loves these trains, and you know, the videos are brilliant, really. But yeah, barely a week goes by when my work colleague will say, "Have you seen Francis Slaty's video yet?" There's some brilliant YouTube channels out there, there really is. I mean, I'd like to try and find a bit of time and branch out a little bit from just doing trade sim as well. I mean, actually, it's an age since I'm calling myself Power Flower Trains and Planes. I've not put any plane stuff up for an age, but I must do a bit of that as well at some point. I went to the Royal International Air Tattoo last year, and I posted a couple of videos, but you know, I've got kind of hours and hours and hours of footage that filmed from the days. Just finding the time to do these things sometimes. I mean, me and my brother went to Newcastle on time last February. Actually, it's probably just over a year ago now. It might even have been this weekend. And I recorded some stuff along the way a little bit, and some stuff at Manchester, Piccadilly, and Victoria, and at Newcastle itself. Got some shots standing at the castle as well, Newcastle Castle, and I've still not got round to doing a video on that yet. It was the Great British Rail Sale. We made it from Manchester Victoria to Newcastle for £1. No sign of it yet. I reckon he's forgot. Last week he was absolutely bang on time. And amazed Taze will tell you, because he kind of said, he was asking me if there was any biscuits to go with it. I just send him a message actually. I know. As a base stage was saying though a bit early though, I'll forgive him because I mean I'll take for the thumbnail I'll take the screenshot from the game to put up before obviously I do the stream and everything, but he had said the graphics and the artwork to go with it, so it kind of makes it good. Yeah, I've just sent him a message. Oh, I know. I love the you know, the irony of all that as well. You know, he's sitting there in his chair, he'll as lazy as they come, but you know, making out that Anthony's the lazy one. How far are we away from 7 Tunnel Junction? So less than a couple of miles away, aren't we? Then we will be getting beneath the River Severn before we emerge out into England and head towards Bristol. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah, brilliantly performed. I mean, they're all excellent in it, aren't they? And I still find it quite strange. There can't be too many acting couples who have played the part of husband and wife in 2 different programs, playing different characters with, you know, thinking back to Brookside. Oh, thank you very much, Dan. Much appreciated.
Starbucks delivery.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, thanks, Dan. He'll be charging me for it now. There you go, that's the first time you've heard his voice. He's plucked up courage. Yes, indeed, yes. Yes, he's a good one. And I've got a suspicion actually that Terry and June were in an earlier series, but I'm not totally sure if they were playing the same characters in an earlier series. Could be wrong on that. So we've got Patchway, curious name, isn't it? Then Filton, Abbey Wood, and then Bristol Temple, Meads. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I suppose obviously they were the same characters, weren't they? Yeah, as well. Yeah, that's there, isn't it? I have to say though that green grass was just wasn't very good, was it? I mean, I absolutely adore Fools and Horses, but you kind of felt John Sullivan obviously knew everything there was to know about South London. But he didn't know about living in Shropshire. It was hilarious in many ways. Incidentally, the reason we're going down quite sharply downhill is because we're going under the River Severn. Don't know whether we can get a... Yeah, it's not really shown above us, is it? But we're going to be dark for a bit. Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they were probably the same characters essentially, weren't they? But I mean, they were damn good though, because I think people in some ways thought they really were husband and wife. They were so convincing. But I mean, you couldn't get more different characters really than Jim Royal and Barbara and what were they? The Grants, weren't they, in Brookside? Bobby and Sheila. I was dead excited when Brookside first came on because we'd watched Coronation Street for years, and you always had these net curtains in the sets, which was clearly to obscure the fact that the scenery in the background was just scenery in a painting or a picture or something. But suddenly we had real buildings with real outlooks, and it was. I thought, wow, this is amazing. Having said that, I hadn't watched it in absolute years, but I'm not going to make the old joke about is it still going. I know it's not, but I think I probably stopped watching it circa I don't know, 1990 or something. Clearly it's a long old ride under the Severn Tunnel. Of course, if we're going over the road bridge over the top, we might possibly bump into the characters of Gavin and Stacey. So having descended, we're actually climbing now. We're talking about two things with the same talking about combinations. I mean, actually the Just Trains route has got Cardiff to Bristol on as well, with the Western main lines, and then there's this Dovetail Games one, which is kind of superior in terms of this bit of the line anyway. And I've forgotten exactly where it branches off. We'd probably passed it already, I think, because it was about Newport area. But we've got the Newport to Shrewsbury line as well, the Welsh Marches, which I've yet to ride on the game. Must do that sometime. We've got a freight train here which I suspect is being held, probably waiting for us to go through. Yeah, it is there, yeah. Marlene. Kind of hoping I get the opportunity of riding on these Great Western Railway sets before they go out of service. It's kind of keeping an eye on these sort of things, and kind of disappointed I never got to ride on the 507s and the 508s before they went out of commission. On the Merseyrail network. Well, the coffee's going down well. So where are we? We're just a mile away. So I'm guessing the station can't be too far off the tunnel. Not that I'm aware. I like it. Clearly not a professional bartender anyway. Get these odd station names, don't you? You know, Patchway. Sounds like it's absolutely in the middle of nowhere. You've kind of got different levels. Ooh, he says lurching dramatically, but you've got different levels with the tunnel as well for both directions. Which thought actually it sounded like a good name for a TV reporter. You know, this is Dan Flower, News at 10, Staffordshire. Oh dear. Right, just seen the football news, and yeah, I don't think Amaze Taser is going to be too bothered about the 5th round draw coming up. Seem a bit slow, some of these. It's quite slack, this timetable. We've got an 8:40 departure, so we've still got 3 minutes waiting here. Good question. I loved that line the other week where the Man United manager said that he would prefer to play his goalkeeping coach than play, and he was 63, than play Rashford. Let's have a look. Oh yes, he was on the bench, wasn't he? Yes, he came on. He came on, yeah, he came on. 66 minutes. So, wow. Just imagine if he scored. Yeah, it's certainly gone downhill anyway, hasn't he, the last couple of years? And I mean, it was, you know, sort of kudos for him when he did all that stuff he did that bit of campaigning a few years back, but around about that time he was absolutely bang on form and knocking in the goals. But you kind of feel as though, yeah, it's as though the suggestion is that he just can't be bothered. I mean, you only get one side of the story, I suppose. I mean, he was brilliant at first. He was like a breath of fresh air when he first came on the scene and was knocking in goals like there was no tomorrow. So it's a shame in many ways. Let's just see what's now this Stowe Castle. I really don't know any of these places. Yes, yeah, I never really thought the irony of that. Yeah, it's true. He certainly had the government running around and with concern at the time. Let's wait for those brakes to come off. Yeah, I know what you mean. So I think I'm right in saying if we turn left there we'd go off towards Reading, but we're going right to get towards Bristol Temple Meads. So there goes the end of the catenary. I must say they've done a really nice job with upgrading this route. And the biggest issue I had last night was installing all the bits and bobs that were needed to get the reskins in place for all the Transport for Wales stuff. There's that Major Wales who has got a website, and that took a bit of doing. There still might be the odd missing train on it. I was a bit worried there. I was thinking that this was the platforms, but we're all right. Oh, excellent. No, that would be great. Well, you should watch actually the end of last week's stream, because I'm blaming the game because the frame rate coming into Euston was awful. But I kind of forgotten that there's a TWS ramp halfway up the platform, and you need to be doing less than 10 mile an hour, I think it is, and I was going slightly above it. So it kind of stuck the emergency brakes on, and then I had to release that and reset it and get it moving again. So that took a couple of minutes. So how I managed to get a better score, I have no idea. Yeah, absolutely right. I think the thing is, you never quite understand where it gets its scoring from anyway. So it's, you know, but yeah, if there's any justice in the world, I should not have won last week. That's right. Not that he remembers. I know. Yeah, whatever next. Absolutely right. Yeah. I mean, heaven forbid that I actually get up and make it, and you know, for the 2 minutes whilst the game's loading up. So we're on the outskirts of Bristol, I think. We're about 4.5 miles away. I love that sound. I think it's something to do with the air conditioning, isn't it? But it's like that kind of squeaky sound as they pull away. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, there's a channel where they always talk about how's the yacht doing this week, and I think slightly. I don't think it's real. Let's put it that way. Yeah, we'll wait till we get to the 100,000 subscribers first, I think. Yeah, that's true. Damn good point, that. Yeah. Yeah, it always seemed to be... Well, it was usually a speedboat, wasn't it? And often, as you say, you'd be talking to somebody from Wolverhampton or West Bromwich, and you've won a speedboat. Or usually, it always seemed as though it was either a speedboat or a caravan, wasn't it? And of course, when they didn't win, which seemed to be more often than not, look what you could have won. Did you ever manage to catch up with the Christmas one with Freddie? And I was talking to a mate a few weeks back, and he was kind of saying he doesn't like Freddie Flintoff, but I think it's mainly because he loved the old Top Gear, and he didn't like the fact that there was a new set of people taking over. Yeah, I thought it was good myself. I enjoyed it. I thought he seemed natural. Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, my hero in many ways, because that Ashes triumph in 2005 was incredible, because it felt like we'd gone forever since we'd won the Ashes. But I've got a friend who's kind of, I mean, he'll watch a bit of football at a push, but he really doesn't like sport massively, and certainly not into cricket. I thought it was quite faithful to the original programme as well, which I was pleased about. Yeah, I mean, every match had you absolutely on the edge of your seat, didn't it? Yes, yes indeed. Yeah. And, you know, it wasn't kind of the fact that we won it. Well, it was the fact that we won it ultimately, but it was how close it went on the last day at the Oval. And I knew that things were kind of getting exciting when one of my colleagues, who was Welsh at the time, was asking about it, and he was quite excited as well. I mean, I know technically, I think technically it's supposed to be England and Wales, really, isn't it? Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, it was a fantastic year. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you have to remember that, don't you? It is the England and Welsh cricket team, but you kind of don't really get anybody say that. It's a bit like, imagine it gets on my nerves a bit, but like on the BBC, they'll kind of make a point with the Olympic team where occasionally they have to kind of mention that it's the Great Britain and Northern Ireland team. It says 4 and 5 star top. No, I think it's asking me to go a bit further actually. Apologies for the passengers walking on the platform and across the tracks. I don't know what's going on with those passengers. Well, I think it's given us the wrong platform marker here, because it said 4 or 5 coaches, but anyway, we'll have to live with it. I know, we've got a right old issue going on there. Yeah, I don't know whether that's still happening. What's going on at Bristol Temple Meads? Yep, they're still there. Oh my word. Haven't they heard of footbridges? That's bizarre. On a more interesting note, what was it we have at the helm of the rail tour? Oh, I like that. Yeah, 47614. I know. Well, I think it's more like they've had quite a few glasses of Shiraz by the looks of it. Right, there we go. So I enjoyed that though. It's a good improvement to the original add-on. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was nice. That. Right, so to trade Sim World 5. Or turn the sound down just slightly, I think, because I think it's probably a bit too loud. I'll go for that. Let me know if the trade sounds deafening to you. Yes, yes, exactly right. Yeah. For some reason, I forgot to write down the train number of this particular service. But yeah, it's the 4028. So Edinburgh Waverley to Markinch in the Azuma. So yeah, glad you've got the enhancement pack and the FAWX timetable installed as well, because it makes a world of difference. I'm going to go for May, I think. Yeah, absolutely. Well, sometimes, I mean, even Train Sim World has its quirks, and we've had passengers on the track in this game as well. I think Dovetail Games have tremendous problems handling their passengers at times. So yeah, about 40 odd minutes, and then I think the final run is a fairly short one on the Southeastern line. I think it's about half an hour. We've got the ScotRail HST alongside us. Yeah, let's get it set up.
TPWS operational.
Vigilance isolated normal. I think that's about right. Oh, yeah, should be okay. So there we are, 1 Whiskey 11. So we kind of got a GSMR. So we're going to start off in electric mode, and then we will transfer to diesel at Haymarket. So where we're stopping at, by the way, Haymarket, Inverkeithing, Kirkcaldy and Markinch. It's about a 45-minute ride. This is the splendid livery of the ScotRail, the equivalent to those castle sets that we're just riding on in Scotland. I mean, they have plug doors in reality, but that's something that hasn't been done as a mod or available from trade, so I'm guessing that's a bit too much for a mod really. But I'll tell you what though, they're still absolutely marvellous. I have to say these streams certainly take away any thoughts of Monday morning really and work. It's one of the things one of many things that I enjoyed about them really. Now we should have the right of way. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, one of the inevitabilities of life. Yeah, have you got any plans on doing anything between now and Wednesday, or is it just kind of resting? Well, I suppose you've just been away. It's quite nice going away though. I always say this, and I know I've got a friend who, you know, kind of agrees with me now as we're getting older, but he never quite understood how I love the idea of going away and then having a few days relaxing before I went back work. He was kind of, well, I can come back on a Sunday night and then go work on the Monday morning, but oh, excellent. Oh, wow. Well, I think I've told you before, but you know, that's my line of work in insurance. Why didn't it say this AWS thing here? Right, we'll go with that.
TPWS and AWS operational.
I've sat a few CII exams in my time. Sadly, I've never quite got up to ACII standard. I've done some bits of it, but I kind of got to the point where I never really managed to finish it off. I remember reading about Des Lynham years ago that he started off in the insurance industry. I think mainly travelling around farms and stuff. I don't know if it was the NFU, but he seemed to quite enjoy it at the time. But then I think he really got into doing the sports bit. Yeah, definitely. There's plenty of stuff like that you can do, and you know, some of this stuff like about covering all of the tube in a day, or you know, certain lines and going the end of the lines on the tube and all that sort of stuff. Yes, of course, that's right. Yeah. Yes, indeed. I very much remember the Cornell Insurance sponsored test matches. Right, so at this point we have to switch to diesel mode. So pantograph down. Engine start. So we go into diesel, and then we need, and we should be just about okay. Yeah, and I always remember the days when it seemed a lot more straightforward with the test match series. You'd kind of have the FA Cup final football, and then you'd have those 3 Texaco Trophy one-day internationals, and then you go into the realms of, it was pretty much always 5 test matches a summer, and there'd always be 1 tourist. Nowadays it all seems to be completely split up. Oh yeah, just thought, not in forward, Emma, that's it. Not sure, but there's some videos on there, I can't remember. You'll notice, by the way, the different sounds there that we've got diesel, and this was a mod that was done in conjunction with the Enhancement pack, because strangely, when DTG did the original route, you couldn't actually operate it as a proper diesel mode. It was the wrong, I think it was either the 801 and not the 802 or whatever it is. I think as well that Jeff Marshall, I mean, obviously it's kind of like all the stations, but he didn't literally kind of get off the train at every station, did he? Otherwise, I think you'd spend your lifetime doing it. There were certain kind of rules about what he did. We've now got pantograph down. Yeah, it certainly makes a difference, doesn't it? Is the train loud enough, by the way, on the stream? I'm always a bit nervy with transferring to Trains and World and wondering whether it's loud enough. Yeah, well, true. But mind you, having said that, of course, there's only like certain parts of the tube that do night tube, don't they? I think I've been on the Bakerloo line, but it's kind of a bit hit and miss. I don't think it's every day of the week either. But yeah, you certainly notice the difference in the performance of the train. Yeah, well, it's not a daft question. It's quite interesting because back in the 60s, I mean, to be honest, during the 80s in particular, you used to see diesel trains operating under the wires. And you still do to a certain extent, but you would have London King's Cross to Aberdeen, for example, fully diesel throughout, even though most of the line was electrified, or certainly electrified as far as Edinburgh. And it wasn't until you kind of got this thing now where you've got hybrid trains where, you know, it kind of makes a lot more sense environmentally friendly wise. So, I mean, back in the 60s when they first electrified the West Coast main line, they were quite religious with it. So you got electrics running on the electric sections, then diesel on the diesel sections. So at Birmingham New Street in particular, you'd have this massive transfer of locos from electric to diesel and vice versa. I mean, electric trains, you know, always massively better. But I think it's great that we've now got these hybrids, and it makes a lot more sense. It always seemed absolute nonsense to be riding diesel trains over you know, long, you know, sometimes 300 or 400 miles over an electric route. I mean, the idea of like detaching one train and coupling another one up just doesn't happen at stations, or very rarely nowadays. Yeah, well, I mean, this one that we're driving now, this is basically works on both. This is hybrid, so that's why, you know, at Haymarket we lowered the pantograph, so we're now in full diesel mode. You know, it's not third rail electric or anything. We started off from Edinburgh Waverley with the pantograph raised. And I don't think they kind of do it because oh yeah. I don't know what I did there. I didn't not press it, did I? I did. I pressed that. I had no idea what happened there. But for some reason we've... Oh, was it just because I wasn't on forward? I don't know.
TPWS and AWS operational.
I think the only thing I can guess there is the I went into neutral rather than forward mode with the reverser. Anyway, but I don't think they'd ever kind of switch between the modes, if you like, because it had run out of fuel. I think they kind of plan it a bit more effectively than that. Yeah, it's amazing the possibilities now. I think N8 Scooby was asking about that with the 92 earlier on. Of course, 92 was much older technology. But there's still so many bits of the line that just aren't electrified, and there aren't any plans to electrify them as well. But I'm still not totally sure what the plans are with the middle and main line. I know there's electrification catenary gone up just south of Leicester, but as far as I know, there aren't any definite plans to get the electrification up towards Leicester and, you know, onto Derby, Nottingham and Sheffield. Always the exciting bit, of course, coming through the Forth Bridge. I'll never cease to get excited about riding through the Forth Bridge. And you kind of hope that once these things are in service that we can kind of get them in the game as well. Hello, 156 Andrew Shortbread Express. Welcome as ever to the stream. Yeah, I'm exactly the same in most days. Exactly the same. I can't believe, as a train enthusiast, that I've never been on a train through it and never actually seen it in real life. I mean, I've got a work colleague who kind of took the tour around there. I think there are kind of tours you can see it right, you know, up reasonably close. I just can't believe I've never done it. Yeah, wow. I mean, I think we talked before about, I don't know whether it's still the case, but there's one or two houses nearby where the homeowners have said bits of it fall into the garden occasionally. Ah, brilliant. I mean, it truly is one of the great wonders of the world. Yeah, too right, yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, it's probably not going to be this year, but I'd love to. I've done the Inverness Caledonian Sleeper. I've done Fort William, so I must go off to Aberdeen one day, and then I can come back and see it properly in the daytime. Yeah, it does feel very sluggish driving it in diesel mode. In a Train Sim Classic, you can actually carry on the journey to Montrose. And the route itself, I mean, it's an old add-on, but the route itself actually carries on to Edinburgh, but there's no scenery north of Montrose, apart from at the two major stations around there. I think at Aberdeen they've got scenery all around, but I guess that's never going to get finished now. Yes, indeed. And of course this was something that wasn't possible with the original add-on as it was released by Rivet Games. Still isn't. This is the mod from Train Sim Community, so adds in the FAWX timetable, the enhancement mod, and somebody's very nicely modded this Azuma so that you can operate it into diesel mode. Because otherwise, I think the one that you can switch it to diesel mode in the original East Coast Main Line Azuma, but it's very, very low powered. It's only kind of like to get you off to the depot and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I think DTG said at the time that basically they were hoping it was going to be the one that was fully buy mode, but it just so happens that this one came along. But surely they could have just modelled it, couldn't they? All right, are they? It is. Absolutely flies away, doesn't it, in electric mode? Yes, I'm certainly intrigued by it, and I think it's an amazing concept. And apparently now you've got historical data on it, but I must give it a try. I think in some ways though I just enjoy driving so much when the weather's nice. I kind of want to see it nice and sunny like this. This is how riding on trains should be like. I don't really want to see it like depressing, dull, horrible, rainy like it is on a February day. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I must have a go at installing it at some point. The trouble is sometimes, I mean, these mods are brilliant, but you kind of get to the point with some of them where the game's not broke, but you kind of feel as though eventually you're doing your best to try and break it, but I'm sure that's not the case. Yeah, I think, again, it's pure speculation, but I think some people have been suggesting that Rivet have got a hand in the the Welsh Valley route. I think somebody said it's definitely going to be their 150, hopefully modified in many ways. And I think the problem is, I'm guessing Dovetail Games don't want to admit it. It's kind of got to the point where Rivet have got kind of this reputation for substandard, so it's kind of like, look, let's build the route, but we're not gonna publicise massively that it's been done by Rivet. But I think I agree, 156, Andrew. I mean, I'd probably pick the HST as well. I mean, it's good that you can actually drive the HST on this route too. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think there's a whole realm of things sometimes. We were talking about ATS a bit earlier on and the Rivet Games scenario. It's kind of like, it's not sometimes what they say on the road maps, it's what they don't say. And, you know, I think they make some comment about, you know, it's like, oh, there's no sort of hidden agenda. Sometimes it's just because it's not quite ready and this, that and the other, but it'd be nice to actually know a little bit more than they say. Ah, excellent, 156 Andrew. Yeah, of course. With Trade Sim Classic, we can go to, I mean, that route, that old Just Trains Scottish East Coast Main Line route, very, very old now. Doesn't really live up to modern standards. But yeah, I mean, every time I drive a train on this route, I always think the same thing, and thinking, why is it so long since I've driven on it? Because I always enjoy it. Scenery is absolutely stunning. I'd love to see the whole of this route in real life. Oh, I know, it gets nonsense sometimes, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, we all know there will be a Train Sim World 6. You know, it's fact, isn't it? And I'm not greatly averse or against that idea of there being an annual release. Oh, right, yes, indeed, yeah, I can imagine that. Actually, I did have a situation where I was coming back from Edinburgh back to Crewe down the West Coast Main Line, and I looked up at the board and the train at Edinburgh was cancelled, and they actually suggested getting on a train which would take us through to Carstairs, changed at Carstairs, and then eventually we were joined by the original train. They kind of shortened it, but it wasn't really made massively clear. Yeah, there's one or two things that get on your nerves a little bit with all these things. I mean, it's lovely to hear the well, that was green, wasn't it? It's lovely to hear all this stuff that's coming out. I mean, I genuinely think that they were hoping to have... Oh, I love this area. Absolutely love this area. I think they were hoping to have Manchester Commuter out by now, I would say. Yeah, I always forget that name, so thanks for pointing that out, but it's one of those names where people were kind of mispronounced it and, you know, thinking there's some kind of special Scottish way of saying it, but I think it literally is just Burnt Island, isn't it? Right, yeah, lovely. Yeah, I'm not overly familiar with every station. But it's absolutely beautiful, and I must do this in real life sometime. Remember, I'm trying to think of the name of the place, but I remember years ago me and my brother going to the Lucas Air show. That was a lovely weekend, and we stopped in a fabulous bed and breakfast. It was like having breakfast cooked by your mum. It was absolutely amazing. Yeah, superb. And again, this has had a bit of work done to it because it's got the enhancement mod, so I think it's hard to know definitely what's in the original and what's in the mod, but I think some of the vegetation's definitely new and improved. That is beautiful, isn't it? Yes, yes indeed. Yeah. Yes, I wonder how many people... Oh, hey up. Speed limit alert here. There you are, you see, you admire the scenery and then you completely mess up the speed limit. Yeah, I wonder how many people, English people, have made that mistake in Scotland and kind of said, oh, I'll have an English breakfast, please. And of course, I'm sure the response very quickly comes through it. That'll be a Scottish one. Yes, I'll get a rap on the knuckles for that one. Love that there as well. That little kind of stuff with the, you know, the caravan site going on down below. But it's a superbly beautiful line. Yeah, absolutely. What's the main difference then? And you know, I don't know if you get into the realms of haggis or anything, but what's essentially the difference between a Scottish and an English breakfast? Kirkcaldy coming up next, which of course was the home of Jockey Wilson. Yeah, she's definitely one of those journeys when I'm thinking, wow, I must do this in real life. Where are we? 1 point. Yeah, should be alright reading. I was just checking, make sure I'm not going to scupper me brakes. Black pudding and or haggis, yeah. Wow, that sounds good. Wraith Rovers, isn't it? That football ground we just passed. I love how they've kind of made sure they put some detail into that. It's not a generic football ground. Yes, start part, right, okay, yeah, marvellous. Yeah, I bet there's some people who've driven this route on the train game or been past it in real life and think, oh, there's Kirkcaldy's football ground. I suppose it is really, but yeah, as you say, Wraith Rovers, great name, great name. What would we do without these marvellous people on the Train Sim community website? Yeah, I can't tell you why, but I've never been a great fan of hash browns. It's weird glitches sometimes, don't you, in Train Sim World? For all its beauty, I'd love it if we could have a mod that would smooth out some of those things. That lurching around, that is something that gets on my nerves. Looks a busy old scene. They seem to be negotiating. Oh. Yeah, you're getting a few dances around there. All right, is that the case? Right, wow, didn't know that. And Jockey Wilson, of course. Yeah, I think I'm fairly unusual in not liking hash browns. Although my mate always says I'm an incredibly fussy person. Not quite the words he uses, but you get the drift when it comes to food. Right, I see. Is that like a, you know, not Safari Park, but kind of the Meerkat Park then, is it, I'm guessing? So you're kind of suggesting not just that I should go on the line, I need to visit, you know, the Forth Bridge, but also there's things to do along the way as well. Oh, I see. Right, I see. Right, so that's what the shopping. Right, I see. Shopping centre's called. Excellent. I like it. Wow, that's a unusual name, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Yeah, you. Yeah. You're vegetarian, aren't you, May says? Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I like that. All this talk about food now, I'm getting a bit peckish actually. I must make sure have a bite to eat before I go to bed. And I know it's possible you probably won't hear it at the stream, but towards the end of the proceedings, I think if my dog thinks that I'm a bit too long, he'll be scraping on the door because he'll be wondering when I'm going to make me sandwiches for tomorrow. So how are we comparing time-wise then? I mean, I'm a couple of minutes behind schedule, I think. I'm not going to make it on time into Markinch. One of these days we'll have to sort out the technology so that we've kind of got like a picture-in-picture or a side-by-side, and we could we put these two videos together. Yeah, marvellous. And I have to say, I think fantastic that we do have the leave and branch put in. We've got the proper livery for the 158 now for the leave and branch, that special liveried one, but not yet in the timetable. There's going to be some sort of upgrade. I think they mentioned something about that in the roadmap. Yeah, I like that, leaving for leaving. All right, okay, yeah. Probably not far off then, I would suggest. Very similar. I mean, I'm ticking towards 15, 16 as I'm saying this. So I'm 1.7 miles away, so we're not going to be too dissimilar, I don't think. Right, yeah, absolutely, wow. But I do quite enjoy driving this unit, I must say. Maybe one day we'll be able to do the bit from King's Cross through to Peterborough. Yeah, I think FAWX said when he did the timetable mod that he's cheating a little bit, because I think he said in reality I think there's only one LNER Azuma service that actually calls at Markinch, but he kind of wanted to give people the flexibility as much as possible, and as it's the end of the line it made sense, so he's kind of putting in like an extra stop really, which is fair enough. And I know because of the Train Sim Classic route, it's lovely carrying on from here. We just need a modern version of it now. It's kind of a work of fiction slightly by having this additional stop. Actually, we're kind of I'm reminding myself that we're on a very long train, so let's make sure we get to the end of the platform. That should do us. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that, as ever. No, and I think the problem is, of course, the station probably isn't really intended to do it, is it? Yeah, well, there you can see. And I don't know with this one service a day. I mean, it might be that it's only in the short form when it stops here. So again, just a quick reminder, thanks for everybody for watching, of course, and whether you're watching it now or whether you're watching it back, thank you for taking the trouble to have a look at the video. And if you would like to like and subscribe, if you've not done so already, then I'd be tremendously appreciated. Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We are heading towards the 500 subscriber mark, hopefully. So thank you very much for everybody that has subscribed. And we've got one more run to go just yet. Not quite finished with yet. But yeah, thanks 156 Andrew. Just waiting for the score now from Amaze Taze. He'll be, I think, literally, I'm a few seconds in terms of the timing. I think it takes a few seconds for the messages to come through. But yeah, thanks for watching, Andrew. Appreciated your company and your comments and your love of Scotland. Oh wow, well, you've absolutely annihilated me there. Absolutely annihilated me. I'm 6417. That's amazing. Well done. Maybe that I think that speeding wasn't great from me. Congratulations. So we've got that one run left, and let's get things loaded up for the 66. I'll just quit it again, usual thing about just in case the game crashes if we try to do it in one go. So we've got, what have we got lined up now? It's 4Z61, 4 Zulu 61, and it should be Faversham to Rochester. It's only about half an hour's ride, so that should actually be about right. We should be almost, by accident rather than design, we should be almost exactly 4 hours. No worries at all. That's well done. Yeah, absolutely thrashed me there. So the idea behind this, I mean, we've had this England, Wales, Scotland theme, and I thought, well, let's finish with an EWS freight service. So obviously there's a whole plethora of different ones. So I'm going to pick the Southeastern High Speed 66. Now this is one of those awesome train services that I got off the website, so I'll be interested to see how close I am to the... Might find myself flying through a red signal at some point and ending it early. Oh, marvellous. Yeah, well done. Right, so we will get ourselves set up. Right, okay, that's two ways of doing it, isn't it? You look at that signal and you're thinking, is that a red? And when it changes to yellow, it doesn't look that much different. I think we're empty as well, these wagons. But I think we've got a bit of a wait before we can proceed. There we go. Well, that might have been a single yellow, actually. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so do I. Oh my God, we'll fully take the brakes off, have we? Yeah, some of the signals are quite difficult. I think that's probably true in real life as well, in all honesty. But yeah, I absolutely love driving. It's a completely different experience, and you really do feel the load behind you. And I mean, okay, we've got empty, so I think that makes a difference as well. The one thing I've never actually completely made the effort to fathom out is all this sort of stuff. That's kind of in the realms of dad rail, but then, to be fair, you just drive them in real life. Yeah, it's a it's fascinating to drive a freight train, and you know, just a totally different experience than stopping at stations with passenger workings. So we've got greens at the moment, and I don't know whether, say, it was one of those awesome train. Which is a brilliant forum in its own right for suggesting certain services, but I don't know whether it's a case it'll be green earlier on and then we'll kind of get adverse signals as we go down the line. I've got some sort of mod in here as well, so you've got some excellent looking graffiti on the wagons. Yeah, I've not actually, do you know, in all the time I've owned the East Coast Main Line, I've not tried it, and I bet there's some really good runs where you get held in loops and stuff. But yeah, there's a website within the, I'm sure you've seen it, haven't you? But the Awesome Trade Services site. There's like a spreadsheet of some really, really good, fascinating runs. So this is one of those. But yeah, I definitely must try freight on the East Coast Main Line at some point. I mean, I've still not really given the Flying Scotsman a run either, and I know Christopher's desperate that I do a steam train run at some point. I always feel as though visually it's not all that exciting to look from the cab. That's the problem. I mean, here you've got this lovely clear cab, and with the steam train you can see virtually nothing. And I do like how they've kind of moderated the speed limit so that it never actually goes above what you're supposed to do in real life. Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, sometimes, you know, I like the random factor of it, the fact that you can just pick any service, any time of the day, whatever takes your mood. But it's also quite good to know that somebody has actually picked out particular services. I mean, I've yet to really give freight a try on the West Coast Main Line over Shap as well. And I suppose yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I must give that a try. I really must. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the problem. It's, you know, tremendous fun to drive and everything, but I think when I do it, it's got to be a reasonably short run, just from that point of view. I'll have to have another look at when that real LNER driver actually drove it and what they did with it. She seemed to have a really good time driving it. Yeah, the brakes are much easier to go on than they are to release, aren't they? I think because we're empty, we're accelerating quite quickly, really. Yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah, and yeah, that'll make a difference, won't it? And I bet with West Coast Main Line South, I'm very slightly worried about almost breaking the game with putting too much in. But I think you know, if we can add a lot more freight in and the odds. Rail tour service on it that eventually then you know, it'll make it even more exciting, although it's brilliant already. wonder how many hours he spent on the timetable mods that he's produced. I mean, you think, you know, we've done that one on the Fife Circle, which is brilliant, and I think he might have done some other ones as well. And, you know, I'm glad that DTG realised his talents, and he kind of helped them out to do the upgrade to the original West Coast Main Line South, because I think if it had been left to DTG to do it, it was kind of like not really in the plans. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. I hope it can be optimised though, because I'm sure that there must be something they can do. Well, there's one of my mods in place. We've got Transpennine 395 there. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I had that period where I was a bit slow, to be honest. Picking up speed a bit now. I mean, you look at London Victoria on the London commuter or London Brighton route, and it copes with it admirably, and you don't get. So I don't know whether it's the building or what the issue is really. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I think sometimes they've kind of got to realise that he probably understands the game better than they do. I know they had Joe did the London Brighton. Route, and he did a fantastic job of that. But generally, most of the releases where, certainly if they haven't been done by Joe, have been a little bit half done. I was going to use another word then. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I mean, they did. I can't remember which route it was now. Might even have been this one. They did do. They did do one route where it was kind of like, this is the full timetable, and here's a reduced timetable if your PC or console struggling with it. And you know, to me, it's a bit of a compromise, but that's kind of one way of doing it. Takes absolutely ages for the brakes to come off properly, doesn't it? So I've got to remember that the next signal could be on red. But I think it's going to be, you know, it's the perennial argument, isn't it? And the PC user wants the absolute best. And, you know, I think you, like me, would upgrade the computer and think, well, actually, I need to get a new computer, I need to do this, I need to improve this. Whereas with the console, you're limited to what it can run. Yeah, I think you can understand why this is one of the awesome trade services. I think it's going to be quite testing. I mean, I know when we first showed off the enhancement pack for the West Coast Main Line, immediately there were lots and lots of people saying, oh, please, 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 can this come out for the console? And of course the answer is no, it's not possible. So I can understand their frustration as well, but a difficult balancing act, I suppose. And like we've said before, obviously it's an absolute money spinner for them from a console point of view, so it's not like they can abandon the console users. Any more hold-ups before we get to Rochester. It's funny, I work at a place called Rochester in Staffordshire, and it's spelled exactly the same without the H, but people from outside the area often refer to it as Rochester, and they get into all sorts of trouble trying to say it right. And you know, my line's always been, well, actually no, Rochester's in Kent, but that just seems to confuse people even more. Hoping that this is slightly easier to operate because of the fact that it's an empty working. I think if we're fully loaded it would be even more tricky. Yeah, and you know, thank goodness that it's possible. And again, tremendous appreciation for the people that do it. And you know, most of the time it's, well, all the time really so far, it's completely free as well. We're Gillingham, aren't we now? yellow, isn't it? Yeah. There haven't been too many routes that... Okay, there's been one or two mods probably with lighting and what have you, but the two Just Trains routes that have come out haven't really needed modding massively because they were done to such a absolutely brilliant standard. And they've kind of set the Rolls-Royce standard for route development and the way it should be done. Without fuss or difficulties as well. I don't think I have, you know. There's definitely a couple of things that I haven't got freight-wise. Yeah, I must try that. There's one I know that came out for the Scottish, the Edinburgh-Glasgow route, and one for the Midland Main Line. I'm not massively knowledgeable on freight wagons at all. But I do enjoy driving them. I don't drive them often enough in some ways, so it's kind of getting used to them, getting used to the experience, but it's a great deal of fun. And that's, you know, sort of, and that's the one thing I'd certainly say, criticising myself, I'd say, you know, I think you look out for the next thing, you're desperate for the next thing, and which is fine and excitable, you know, even for a 52-year-old, but on the other hand, it's kind of like saying, well, make sure you take full advantage of all the stuff that's already out there, because there's a lot more fun involved with some of these routes. Wow. Wow. Yeah, well, that's definitely a red anyway. I can see that. Alright, change to yellow now. Yeah, I must have a look, because I know very often they're not particularly expensive. It's good to be able to do something that's a bit different, a bit of variety. I mean, I like that new wagon pack. Those, what were the HKAs, were they, for the West Coast Main Line South? And I think I can definitely see more of an interest coming on with the freight stuff because of the North London line, and looking forward to doing those. pretty long freight runs really, and going across the North London line across to Stratford is going to be immense. There we are. Well, Southeastern has been taken over by Transpennine in my part of the world here. Right, okay. Yeah. There you are, you see. Again, that's something else. I mean, it's very much a freight route, the Midland Main Line. And I don't think I've ever done a freight service on it, so there's plenty to be done. Maybe one week we could have a completely freight centered route run, but yeah, it's kind of a reminder that freight, oh, I'm speeding a bit here. Yeah, it's definitely a reminder that running freight is very interesting. Desperately trying to make sure I don't finish with going through a red light. Yeah, I'll definitely have a look at the freight pack. Certainly something to be thinking about. So we are coming towards the end of the stream again. Thank you very much, Amazed Taze, as ever, for keeping me company and for all the interest and the comments from everybody. Thanks to all the subscribers. Keep them coming. Try and get some midweek videos up. Time allows, hopefully. I like that. Freight is great. I can see a slogan coming on there. Right, I think it's going to let me go there, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, fantastic. Well, it doesn't feel as though it was a very high score. 3,370. I bet you've beaten me there, because I'm sure you've got a lot more practice than me at running these freight. Well, I'm getting me excuses in. I'm getting me excuses in early. But yeah, that was a nice little run. Really enjoyed that. And I think we've said, you know, a million times before, but it'd be lovely to have one or two other freight locos to go in there. And, you know, at the moment we're restricted to the 66 or the 47s. Oh, blimey. Wow. Wow, I'm surprised. There you go. Yeah, fantastic. Well, it's a score draw, 1-1. But, you know, if we added up the aggregate score, then you'd be miles ahead with, you were massively better than me on the first run. I think we'll put that down to some of the speeding and general underperformance, I guess. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you very much again, and thank you for watching. Thanks for playing those two runs as ever. It's tremendous fun. I'd love to try and, get your video. Perhaps it could be done as a recorded thing at some point, where we could kind of combine the two of them a little bit, but I'll have to have a think about that. Yeah, I know, very close run that was, wasn't it? But it's still very interesting to control. The brakes again take a little bit of working out, but there we are. That was England, Wales, Scotland. So I'll just say it one last time. Thank you very much for everybody watching. Thanks for all the people that have subscribed and subscribed to the channel. If you haven't done so, then please do so. Be really appreciated. And yeah, thank you very much again. Your company really appreciated. And I guess that's it then. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And until next Sunday for the live, it's goodbye. I'm Powerflow at Trains and Planes. And we'll see if we can get a midweek video up if I get round to it. Fingers crossed. But thanks again. Until next week, it's goodbye. See you next time. Yeah, I'm sure it could be done anyway. I'll just say that last of all. Yeah, we'll have to have a think about it. It'd be a question of trying to send me the video over, and, but we'll see anyway. We'll see. But yeah, thank you very much. Bye for now.